Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Sunday Morning Sprints. We're going to be doing things a little different today. I'm kind of excited that it worked in the way that I wanted. So, we have a new timer, so we won't be using the cat timer today. I'm pretty excited. So, how is everyone? Welcome to Sunday Morning Sprints. Like I said, I have quite a few things that I want to try to work on, but my main two are that I need to do some filming because while I have been doing like live streams and stuff, I have not uploaded an edited vlog at all this month. So, sorry, not sorry. You guys are about to get bombarded with all the videos that I had either filmed or are going to film today. The ones that I was planning for January, I'm going to get all of those, like make sure they're filmed and edited and uploaded. And then, so you'll be able to see those. And then I'm going to plan out February and I'm going to try and stick to it so that I stay on track and not have any issues. We'll see. We'll see. And I know that I already kind of have to start planning March because March is when my kids have spring break. So there's going to be a week in there where I won't really be able to do much in the way of like filming and stuff. So I want to get stuff out ahead of time. But if you're here, let me know what you're going to be doing or working on today. And then we'll get started and we'll use our new timer. I'm excited. Amanda is here. Hey, Alicia, how are you doing today? I'm doing well. I got to sleep in. I made breakfast in time to be able to cook it and eat it before sprints. And I got dressed. Normally I get dressed in the first sprint. But you guys probably don't even notice, so. But yes, I did get dressed. For the most part. Today is like laundry day, so this part is dressed. The bottom half is in clean pajama pants. So, and we are clashing with our pajama choice because I have Star Wars and Gilmore Girls. What a combination, right? How are you doing, Amanda? Hopefully you're doing well. Lexi is here. Good morning. Hi, reading Blood Slaves and battling a migraine right now. Oh no. Well, I hope you're enjoying your book, and I hope you feel better with the migraine. I know those can be quite debilitating and not fun. So hopefully yours isn't too bad, and it goes away soon. Nadim is here. Hello, good morning. And what are we reading today, Nadim? Did you finish? I believe you were reading The Love Hypothesis by Ali Hazelwood. Did we finish, or are we still working on it? Amanda says it's snowing here and we are in a winter weather advisory in Spicer, Minnesota. Ooh. Well, stay safe. I know how snow can be, and winter weather advisories are not fun. So stay safe. Make sure you have all your necessities and cozy up with a good book. That's what I would do. Nadim says hello to Amanda and Lexi. Amanda's asking Nadim how they are doing today. And Nadim says, I'm currently reading Verity by Colleen Hoover. Ooh, that one was an interesting one. I got to the very end of the book and I was like, what the heck did I just read? You'll have to let me know when you're done reading if you are team manuscript or team letter. And that's all I'm going to say. Because I don't know how far you are into Verity, but that was an interesting book. Like, I still don't. If I had to choose a team, I don't know. Everybody keeps asking me, are you this or are you that? I don't know. That threw me for a loop, okay? That book threw me for a loop. Amanda says, I'm going to be helping my mom with cooking. Nice. All the warm things, I hope. Vanessa is here. Hello, hello. Amanda says, awesome. Nadim, I'm doing very well. Good to hear it. Glad. Lexi says, it's not horrible, but I fell asleep around 11 last night and woke up at 1 a.m. already with the migraine starting, and just nothing is working to let it up. Oof. Like I slept for 9 hours with no help. Ouch. You've probably already taken some sort of medication for it, but hopefully that helps. If not, there is a home remedy. Let me see if I can find it. According to this, it says that if you turn off the lights, light and sound can make a migraine pain worse. Relax in a dark, quiet room. Or try temperature therapy. Apply hot or cold compresses to your head or neck. Also, you can sip a caffeinated drink. In small amounts, caffeine alone can relieve migraine pain in early stages. But there was also another one that... let's see. Apparently there's... Nope, see. That's interesting how they say the 5 C's of migraines typically refer to the common dietary triggers, which is cheese, chocolate, caffeine or coffee, cola, and citrus fruits. But they're saying that a small amount of caffeine would take away the migraine. How does that work? This one is saying cold compresses have proven to help with migraine attacks. Keep a cold compress or bag of ice handy to press against your temple or neck. Also, peppermint oil on the temples and under your nose will also help. So if you have any of those, maybe you could try that. Hopefully it feels better soon, though. Amanda says, take some Excedrin. Lexi, that usually helps, but it has caffeine in it. Interesting. Nadim says, Colleen Hoover has been having treatment after being diagnosed with cancer. Oh my. I did not know that. Well, hopefully it's something that she caught early on, because I know there's a couple of other authors who have gone down that path, and I hate that. I don't like cancer in general. I've lost several family members to it, so hopefully she's getting the treatment that she needs. Lexi says, I have an energy drink next to me, and that's not helping either. Ooh. Vanessa says, I've got to figure out the plan for the upcoming week. That'll be productive. I need to do that as well. I finished The Love Hypothesis. It is a great book. I agree. Amanda says Excedrin really works, Lexi. Yeah, I mean, if you have some, try it. Swank is here. Howdy, everybody. Happy Winnie the Pooh Day. Happy Thesaurus Day. I can never say this word. Thesaurus. Happy Gourmet Coffee Day. Gourmet Coffee Day? I don't even know where I would find that. Also, in my search bar, it's World Snow Day. Not to say the bad word or anything. Lexi says to Amanda, not for me. I take double the dose with no change in my migraines. Ooh. Paula is here. Hi, Alicia in chat. Hello, hello. What are we working on today or reading? Amanda says, oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Lexi. I have them chronically. They're better than they were before. At one point 2 years ago, I was having over 20 a month. Ooh. Hopefully you have chatted with your doctor about said migraines? And what do they say? Have you talked to your doctor? Amanda says, hey, family and books, how are you doing? Vanessa says, so apparently there is a cure for cancer, but Americans can't have because of course we can't. No, because pharmaceuticals, they want the money. And God forbid that they actually have a cure for cancer that would actually be able to keep people alive and keep the economy going. But, just my opinion. Verity was wild, 5 stars. The only book of hers I've read for a book club. The letter blew me away. Right? I rated it 5 stars because of that too. But I don't know like which one to believe more. So it's very interesting. I've read a couple of Colleen Hoovers, and out of all the ones that I owned or read, I only kept 2. I kept Verity because it threw me for a loop, and I kept I'm trying to find it on the shelves. I think it was Ugly Love that I kept. That one had to do with a child. I mean, so does Verity, but those are the 2 that like really kind of stuck with me. The others I was just kind of like, meh. Like I didn't like the it ends with us and it starts with us duology. So I have no inclination or desire to see the movie. Hopeless, I'm trying to remember what that one was. Hopeless was kind of like a that could have been prevented type thing. So not really. And then November 9, I did not like. I mean, that was a 3-star for me. And then I believe there was one more. Regretting You, I think it was. That one was like it was predictable. So that one I think I rated 3 or 4 stars. So most of hers are like 3, 4 stars, but Verity and Ugly Love were 5 stars for me. So it's a hit and miss. Amanda says, hey, Swank, how are you doing today? Mary is here. Hello, folks, and hi to Paula. Swank says, I didn't want to tempt fate with the S word. I don't mind saying it. I don't like it, but I will say it. Amanda says, hey, Stargator, how are you doing today? That is Mary. Hopefully she's doing well. Lexi, I'm on a preventative treatment, but it doesn't work 100%. True. That is very true. Vanessa says the cure works for most cancers. It's currently only approved for bladder cancer here. Really? Well, spread the word. Like, let them know. I hate when people like they're not being transparent about it. They're like gatekeeping, as people call it. And I wish that if it's out there, like give it as an option. If they think it's gonna work, then use it. You know what I mean? But so goes the way of life. They don't want to. They don't want us to know. I'm good, thank you, says Mary. Swank says, hola, Amanda. Doing great. Having a good day. Kat is here. Good morning, Alicia and friends. I'm working on channel content. Ooh. Nice, nice. I know all the things that you're up to. You're a busy little bee. Amanda says, hey, Kat, how are you doing today? Anne says, hello. I took Excedrin when I had shingles. I was taking Tylenol, and someone told me about Excedrin, and it was a miracle with the pain. Really? Well, if I ever get shingles, I'll take that into account. Does it help with like just the pain in general, or does it help you like get through it a little faster because you don't have as much pain? I have never had shingles, knock on wood. My sister had them in her 30s, in her early 30s, I want to say. And I don't know why she's had them and I haven't. You know what I mean? Like, I know that not everyone's going to have the same thing, but it was interesting to me that she had them. I have not. I've had the chickenpox twice, so I don't know if that makes a difference. And both of mine were like mild cases. I think, if I remember correctly, she only had the chickenpox once. So I don't know. I don't know if that makes a difference or not. It is like really windy outside. Oh, yeah, it's getting windy outside. It looks like it's getting ready to storm. We'll see how that affects today. Jen is here. Hey, Alicia and chat. Hope everyone is well. I have no idea what I'll be doing. Have a hard self-worth day, but I'll let you know what I figure out. Yeah, let us know what is on your agenda. Maybe just take a day and do what you want to do. Read, relax, just hang out. Amanda says, hey Jen, how are you doing today? Mary says hi to Jen. Swank says, hi Kat, can't wait for your sprints today. Is Kat having sprints today? Yeah? Ooh, I'll have to go and check them out. Amanda says, awesome, I'm glad you're doing great, Swank. I'm glad you're having a good day. Amanda says, awesome, I'm glad you're doing good, Mary. You're absolutely welcome. All the hellos and how are you doing? I love it. Vanessa says, can get the shingles vaccine if you can. I probably will. Is there like an age limit to that? I know some are like, you get it when you're like 50 or something. I don't know. I'll ask my doctor because I do need to make an appointment for like my like annual visit, my checkup. Kat says, doing well, Amanda. How's your Sunday going? Lexi says to Vanessa, they won't let most people have it unless you're 50 or 55. For the shingles vaccination? Interesting. Lexi, I asked about it because I work with a lot of shingles patients and they won't give it to me without a hefty price tag I can't afford. Oh, boo. Vanessa to Lexi, I know, but you can argue if someone in your family has had them at a younger age. Oh, good to know. My sister has, so. Kat says, hey, Swank, glad to hear you'll be joining Lori and me for sprints. Oh, is this for the, I see the colors there. Is this for Mardi Gras sprints? I'll have to stop in and hang out. I'll be in the chats. You know, I'll be in all the chats today. Lexi says, we do gabapentin, all nortriptyline and lidocaine. I knew the last one. I don't know the others. All of that and lidocaine for shingles. Eek. Anne says there's really nothing you can do to speed up the progression of shingles. I'm allergic to lidocaine. That suggested that. I have the same problem. I'm not, as far as I know, I'm not allergic to lidocaine, but my family has a history of being allergic to anything in the psyllin family and the cane family. So lidocaine, amoxicillin, penicillin, all of those, Novocaine. I apparently have a family history of being allergic to those things. While I have never had a reaction to any of them, my daughter is allergic to amoxicillin. So she breaks out in like the most gnarliest rash. It's horrible. So, and it sucks because she had amoxicillin once, no reactions whatsoever. Then a couple months later, she had to have an antibiotic and they gave her amoxicillin. And she was 1 day shy of finishing her 10 days of amoxicillin. And that's when she broke out. And they said, yep, this is an allergic reaction. Don't continue. And I was like, oh, well, all right then. So they had to give her a different antibiotic. It was not a fun time. Lexi to Vanessa, I don't have anyone in my family with shingles. I just work with a lot of shingles patients every week. It happens in the eyes more often than people would think. Ah. You make me cringe every time you say something about the eyes. I can't imagine having shingles like anywhere near my face. And now you're saying that like in the eyes? Like how do you even treat that? My brain is ugh. My eyes just want to like close shut now. Thanks. Thanks for that visual. Vanessa, an author friend, got shingles in her eye at like age 40, and her sister was able to get the shingles vaccine because of that. Oh, ugh. That does not sound fun at all. Amanda says, awesome. I'm glad you're doing well, Kat. It's going good. I'm finishing cleaning up the house for my dad's friend to come up from Minnesota. Waseka. I probably butchered that. I'm sorry. But I'll just say Minnesota. From somewhere in Minnesota. Jen says, there's a doctor I work with that always gets to me and shakes up my day, and he's been on a roll this weekend. I'll likely spinner wheel it and see what the dates decide. Fates. What the fates decide. Yeah, there you go. You know, I haven't done a spinner wheel in quite a while. I should do that this week because I have a few things that I want to declutter and get done, and I can't get them done because I can't focus. But then I'm also doing other things too. So it's like I'm being productive, but I'm not doing the right productivity. So I need to focus on that this week. This week will mostly be about video uploads and reading. I've even mapped out my reading for the rest of the month because I have not read anything. I finally finished a book yesterday. And I can't say I haven't read anything because I did finish 2 books that I carried over from December. I finished those early on, but I'm not counting them because I counted them towards 2025's Goodreads. And so it was just a matter of like finishing the last couple of pages. And then we're reading Raven Scholar, Kelly and I. So I can't say that I'm not reading, but I'm not reading in the capacity that I'm usually reading. So, I was like, dude, I need to map out my stuff so that I can get this done. But hopefully you get all your stuff done, Jen. Be productivity, and relax. Swank says, I got the shingles vaccine. I was scared of getting shingles because I got chickenpox really bad. I think you have to be 50 or older to get it. Duly noted. I don't know. Like I said, I know I've had chickenpox twice. I don't know if my husband has had the chickenpox. I'll have to ask him. That's a good question. Sounds like it might be starting to rain. Kat says, Alicia there for Lori's Mardi Gras readathon. 1 to 3. We're kicking off the readathon, which started yesterday. Ooh. Well, I will definitely be in the chats. It's on Lori's channel. I will find the link before we leave here today so everybody can go and hang out. Vanessa, I've never had chickenpox, but we had it in my house for about a month. But a few years ago, I got tested to see if I had the virus in my system, and I did. So I went ahead and got the vaccine. Ooh. So you don't have, like, if you've never had chickenpox, you can still have the virus. Weird. Because from my understanding was you had to have chickenpox in order to get shingles because that's where it stemmed from. If you had chickenpox when you were younger, then the virus for shingles was in your system. At least that was my understanding. But if you've never had the chickenpox, oh, curiouser and curiouser. Lexi says that those 2 words is good for herpetic. Listen, you're throwing big words at me. I need layman's terms. It's the number one cause of the S word in the elderly population. The S word? What is the S word? Oh, are we talking about shingles? Oh, you can say shingles. I won't, don't scare me. Amanda says, my brother is allergic to penicillin. See? There are people out there. Anne says, I didn't know I was allergic to lidocaine. I put it on the shingles and thought I was on fire. Ooh. I bet you were wiping that off really quick. I couldn't imagine. Vanessa, actually, the author friend who got shingles in her eye is the same author whose book I'm reading right now. Didn't even make that association until right now. Stolen by Marlena Frank. Oh, wow. Hopefully you are liking the book. Is it good? Lexi, sometimes we do a steroid, but it's the same treatment, really, as if it appears anywhere else on the body. Interesting. Lexi, it can cause permanent scarring in the eye if not treated promptly. Have a few patients with that too. Oh. And then I imagine you have to monitor that too. Not fun, not fun. Vanessa to Lexi, yeah, my mom-in-law got it several years ago and half of her entire face was swollen and red. It was pretty awful. Oh, that sounds awful. Lexi says there's a treatment for the scarring, but they're not the cheapest off-label use, or we can do a transplant, which, carries its own risks. Ooh. Amanda says, how are your cats doing, Alicia? They're doing fine. Ralphie seems to have calmed down a bit, and we've found a solution to not, he goes and scarfs his food. I do have to order one of those slow feeder bowls, so I'm going to do that later today, I think. But we've also found a temporary solution. Anytime Isis walks away from her food, we pick up the bowl and put it on the counter without Ralphie seeing. He goes and searches for the bowl but can never find it. And then when Isis comes back to try to eat her food, she thinks it's gone, but then we put it down in front of her and she goes, ooh, hey, my food. So we're coming up with temporary solutions, but I'm hoping that by us getting this slow feeder bowl, it will help him kind of slow down and not be so food aggressive, because he's been doing that a lot lately. And we've tested, we've fed him up to a can and a half of food. We've put him outside just in case he barfs it all back up, because he eats so quickly and he doesn't barf it back up. I don't understand. But we just did that as a one-day thing to see if there was a threshold. Apparently he has no threshold. He is just like an eating machine, apparently. At his age, that's impressive, because he's 14. He's turning 15 in March. And then Isis will turn 16 in April. But otherwise, they're healthy. They're living life, I think Isis was on the lanai when I started sprints, so they are happy kitties. Anne says, I had not had the shingles vaccine when I got it, had to wait a year after having shingles to get the shots. Is it multiple shots, or is it just one? Do you have to do a shots series, or a series of shots, excuse me? I did that for the HPV. I had to do a series of 3, I think. So anytime I went, I had to go and do that. Lexi says most millennials have had chicken pox. They used to do chicken pox parties so that you would intentionally expose your child so you didn't have to deal with the chicken pox later. Yep. We did not have those. Someone in class had it, didn't realize they had it before they came to school, and then they passed it that way. and then we would have to stay home, do the oatmeal baths and the what's it called, Calamine lotion. So then you'd have all these little pink dots around you. I got it. Let's see, when did I get it? I got it once while we were here in Florida when I was younger, and then I got it again when we were in Germany. Same way. Someone in class didn't realize they had it and passed it along. And then I hadn't had it since. Thank goodness. Chickenpox virus never leaves your body. It's just dormant. Well, I wish it would go away. Yes, you could still have been exposed to the virus, but not actually had symptoms. I've actually never had any of the childhood diseases aside from a mild case of German measles. Oh, that's a different S word. Yeah, we don't want that. Kat says, MG sprints are on my channel. I'm a co-host. More behind the scenes this year. Here is the link. Yes, go check it out. I will probably check it out in the first sprint or after sprints today. Herpes. The chickenpox and shingle vaccines are herpes virus, and that is nerve pain. Neurology? That's what I'm going with. It's probably wrong, but that's what I'm going with. I am liking Stolen. It's a good book. Don't generally read a lot of YA. Ooh, but I like it. Very nice. Let's see. Okay, let's zoom through these because we're almost done with comments so we can get into our first sprint. We've been chatting for half an hour. Lexi says you can get permanent nerve pain from shingles, almost like phantom limb syndrome. Oh, weird. Slow feeders are great. Oh, yes. I want to get one for Ralphie because, like I said, he just scarfs down his food and then he tries to move Isis out of the way to eat hers. Anne says I had a thumb amputated and sometimes I think it is still in pain. Oh. I remember you had to have the surgery for that. Is that something that goes away over time, you think? Like, after you get used to not being there, or is that something that's always going to be there? I don't know. I've never had anything amputated. I'm curious. I always wonder about these things. Lexi says my cousin has 2 cats, and he has the feeder that then recognizes the non-food aggressive one's collar and opens his food door for her. But when she leaves, it closes so Mr. Food Aggressive can't have it. What is this sorcery? That would be amazing. Although at this point, with my cats being as old as they are, I question buying anything. Like, do I get this or not? Because I don't know how much longer they're gonna live. Although I want them to live forever. My dad can't get any vaccines because he has had a disease that almost paralyzed him, but he fought through his disease. I can't spell it. Oh. Anne says it's 2 shots. Oh, okay. Shingles equals 2, I think. I got shingles and the Hep B vaccines around the same time. The Hep vaccine is a series of 3. Yes, I remember that one. That one was a series of 3. I just didn't know if the shingles was the same way or if it was just like one pokey stab and you're done. I don't like shots and I don't like blood drawn. Getting my blood drawn. Vanessa, I need to AFK for a few. My mind is drawing a blank on the AFK, but I know what be back in a few is. I'll figure it out. It'll come to my brain. I think it always happens. And Dee Dee is here shimmying in to say hello. Hi, how are you? Yes, Dee Dee, how are you? Let's us know what you're going to be reading and working on. You were the last comment that I see, so we're going to go ahead and bring up our new timer. Hello, Alicia and friends. Hope you're doing well. Popping in to tap the like button and say a quick hello. Hugs and kisses. Well, hello. We are here to do our timer. Let me know if you want me to put anything on the to-do list. I'm going to put that I am reading City of Ashes, and I need to film videos. Film video number 1, which is Christmas book haul. I don't like my blood drawn either. If it's 3 or more tubes, I have to lay down because otherwise I will throw up. I'm fine with having my blood work done as long as I don't look. If I look, I pass out. If I don't look, I'm fine. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start our first sprint. I'll keep an eye on the chat. If you want me to add anything to the to-do list, we can certainly do that. If not, I'll be adding things as I go through the sprint because I'm going to think of other things. But let me go ahead and start the timer, and I will see everyone back in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting! All right. How did we do on our first sprint? That was kind of an eventful sprint for me because I folded a load of laundry. I was joined by Isis because Daddy brought her in, holding her by the scruff. I guess she was meowing too much, but she's hanging out. She's there in the chair. I did let her in because she was on the lanai, but then she went through the rest of the house, and Daddy brought her back. So she's calmly hanging out. She's resting, trying to stay warm because I don't know if you guys can hear it, and hopefully you can't, but it is super windy outside and like gray skies galore. So and we've already had the power flicker once in here at least. So hopefully that knocks it off. Like that stops. We need to finish sprints today. So if you see a flicker, that's why. Hopefully it won't happen again. I did find my camera so that I could film, but I can't find my tripod. So I tucked it away somewhere safe so that it would be out of the way when I was probably moving stuff around. I just now have to find that space. I can't really get over to the corner by the closet, so I'm wondering if it's there. I will check in the next sprint, but you probably also saw me add things to the to-do list here. Um, so that's where we're gonna work on those because I need to find my tripod, excuse me. Um, and so I didn't get any of the filming done. I need to find my bookish pins because I got one of those like little, I don't know what they're called exactly, but they're like little pieces of cloth that you can hang, but you can put your pins on. You guys might know what it's called. If you do, let me know. Cause I mean I call it a flag, but it's not really like a flag. Um, it's kind of like a triangle shape. So, but I have to find all my bookish pins so that I could put those on there. I'm wondering if I need a bigger one because I have quite a few. I know of at least 4 that I have, but some of them are in a container somewhere. And then I did find here's my reading for January. This is how I plan to read for the next 2 weeks. You'll see that some of it up here, like this is for Raven Scholar. So that one's done, that one's done. So then we have Wednesdays for the other 2. So by the time we finish January, me and Kelly should be around the 400-ish page mark for Raven Scholar. And then so we'll have 2 more Wednesdays in February before we have our discussion for that, before we start the new book. The new book is going to be The Book of Doors by Gareth Brown. So if you want to join us, that's our next book. Or you can join us now and do Raven Scholar and catch up. You still have time. But I've been kind of checking them off as I read them. So hopefully that will help. Seeing it and how feasible it is will hopefully get my butt in gear. Because you see I didn't read at all except for Raven Scholar in the first half of the month. So I need to remedy that so I can stay on task, on schedule, as I would put it. And then I wrote my to-do list for today, and then I started working on my reading planner. So that is all I did in the sprints. Let's see. I know we had quite a few come in, so let's see where we're at. And then I also believe we found a spirit, so we'll look at that too. But let's get through the comments first. If I can find my mouse. My mouse is hiding. There we go. Where did we leave off? I believe this was our last comment. Amanda was saying that she doesn't like to get her blood drawn either because if it's 3 or more tubes, then she has to lay down because otherwise she'll throw up. I have never thrown up when it comes to getting blood drawn, but like I said, if I look, I will pass out because it's almost like I can feel them taking it. It feels like they're taking my life force, so to speak. Which I know they're not, so I try not to look so that I don't see it leaving my body through the tube. Otherwise, that's when I just go, ooh, I don't feel so good. Because I usually have to fast for it when I do mine. So I usually try to do it as early as I can in the morning. And then I always have like coffee and water and, or maybe coffee and juice and something to eat afterwards. And then I'm good to go. I'm fine. Then I can actually go get breakfast and things. Anne says, reading One Day, Everyone Will Have Always Been Against This by Omar El Akid. Hopefully I pronounced that right. It won the National Book Award for nonfiction. I got cold because I let her in, and now I'm getting warm. Oy. Amanda says, I absolutely love the new timer, Alicia. Thank you. That is, it's from Steam. It's called Spirit City. It's absolutely fantastic. I have been watching Paula do it on her channel, and every time I do it, I just go, I want that. And then, like, you literally can customize everything. I customized my character. I customized the room that we're in, all the colors, the wall, the floor, everything. And then you just go through and you can create, like I did, a to-do list and the timer, and you can find the little spirits. I am getting close to finding all of the spirits in terms of like the main, I guess, game, as you call it. But there are expansions, so I need to see if those expansions are still on sale or not. If they are, then I still have some Christmas money. I will probably just buy all of the expansions and do one by one. Because I know there's the kitchen and the train. Is there another one? I don't remember. But either way, we are going to have fun with it. I like it. Lexi says I need to bite the bullet and just buy this timer too because it's absolutely adorable, right? And you can change out your little spirit animals. Like right now I have the little fox. And we have a new one that we just got. So, but there's like a cat, there's a dog, there's a little caterpillar. I'll show you. It's cute. But I agree. It's absolutely adorable. You should get it. This is where me coming in at I love Spirit City. It is helpful and it's fun finding the little spirits and stuff. Lexi says maybe I'll get it when they distribute our 2025 profit sharing, which should be on my next check. Ooh, go for it. We had Jessie Kiwi come in. Good morning, Alicia. I'm up early to tune into the live for TBR Trek, and I need to go to the hardware store to get some more blocking mats for my blanket. What's a blocking mat? And you use it for your blanket? I'm intrigued. I need to know more. But it does sound like a productive day ahead. That's what I was saying. Jessie says, I can't justify getting Spirit City as cute as it is. $90 over here. Wow. That's a lot. Thanks. It will be after coffee. I have my coffee, so cheers. Make sure you're hydrating. If you don't have coffee, drink some water. I do need to go get one of my Clearly Canadian waters. Those are so good. I've been alternating between strawberry and cherry. This is me going, wow, that's a lot. Because I don't know what it is originally. I got mine, at least the main portion of it. I got that with some of my Christmas money, and I think it was like on sale. It was like $7. It was $7 and some change. Coffee. Hi to Andy. He's coming in to wave and say hello. Hello, everyone. Annette is here. And also Molly popped in. Hiya. Just got up. Wow. Well, it's still morning for you, right, Molly? Because you're like an hour or so behind me, I think. Because here it's 12:32 Eastern. Jesse Kiwi's laughing. Here's me thinking the live show starts at 6 a.m. and it's actually 8 a.m. What time is it for you currently? It is 12:33 here. Vanessa says, I have returned with another cup of coffee and breakfast. Nicely done. Vanessa says, hey to Molly. I said hi to Molly. All the hellos. Vanessa, is mine invisible? I don't see it. What is invisible? Hopefully nothing. Jesse says, wait, it's dropped in price pretty dramatically. It's now $50. Wow. Keep an eye on it. Might go lower. What is? Oh, Spirit City? Yes. New timer. Hi to Jen from Literary Love. Hi, Alicia and friends. Hello. Vanessa to Molly, you mean your messages? I see them. Molly says hi to Literary. She says hi from Vanessa to Literary to Jen. We have 2 Jens now. Molly, Alicia, I like your living room there. Well, thank you. If you couldn't tell, my favorite color is blue, so there's a lot of blues going on. Maybe when I don't have so many videos on the go, I might grab it. Ooh, there you go. Molly to Vanessa. No, I meant the breakfast you brought. Oh, what is for breakfast, by the way? Molly says, Steam has Tiny Bookshop, 25% off for those of you who might want it. Is this the little, like, it's like a little, I can't think of it. Almost like a little wagon on wheels, and you can walk up and you can do like the little bookshop. Is that what that is? I'll have to take a look. Tiny Bookshop. If you hear purring, that's Isis. She's laying next to me. Anna is here. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm in a meeting and cleaning the flat. I need to do some of that later, too. Ren is here. Hello, everyone. Molly says, hi, Anna. Lexi says, I got to 64%. Very nice. Past the halfway point. Ren needs to read 50 pages of Vile Lady Villains and then start Red City on audio. Swank, the power of Isis. Yep, she is. She's hanging out. Molly says, you guys have gotten a cold front, Alicia. Yes. We were in the 60s, or supposed to be in the 60s for most of the day, or a week, I should say. And then we'll probably go back to like 70s and 80s, which is disgusting for this time of year, but it is what it is. Swank says, remember this Saturday morning show? What Saturday morning show? Was that the show, The Power of Isis? I've never heard of that show. Was it a cartoon or was it just like a regular show? Molly says to Ren, I finished Raven Scholar. Holy crap, is it good? And I'm betting Kelly won't be able to pace herself after the big reveal. So, without spoiling it, is the big reveal coming up? Because Wednesday, we're going to go up to the next section, which is 300. Hold on, let me get my book. You're okay, Isis. So next Wednesday, we'll be starting at chapter 22 and going to the beginning of 36. So 320 is our cutoff. So 214 to 320. That is our next section to read for Wednesday. Let me know. Does it happen there or is it later? Without telling me what it is. I almost started to read ahead and I said, no, let me be good and focus on other things, and then I can read Raven Scholar on Wednesdays. That was the plan. Kat says, I like your reading calendar, Alicia. Thank you. I wanted to map out because I know that I can read books in a short amount of time. So, depending on how long it is depending on how many days I read it. So, and I just printed out a calendar, a monthly calendar sheet. And then I said, okay, I have this book tabbed for this many days. And then so I mapped it out. Rose of the Deadlands is the only one that got more than 3 days because I have to read that with my eyeballs. There's no audio for that one. So, and that is for the Shore Leaf Book Club over on Kelly's channel at Cursed Dragonship. So if I have to read with my eyeballs, it takes me a little longer to read because I'm slow. But if I have an audio book, then I can follow along, hear it, and it's like they're reading it to me. So that's how I've been able to get through so many books. But at the same time, if I have to read it with my eyeballs, then I sometimes if I'm interrupted, I read the same sentence 5 times. It's like my brain is stuck. Don't know why. So I make those calendars so that I can visually see what it would look like if I did this reading. Will I be able to read all of them in that short amount of time? We'll see. Maybe I should map out February's books when I pick my February TBR, and then I'll do a progress, like not necessarily a wrap up, but say this is where it was mapped out, and this is how I read. Something like that, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Annette says, I think I'll read some more Ravenscholar next sprint. Nice. How far are you into it, Annette? And are you liking it so far? Molly agreed, Kat. Alicia is the patron saint of planning. I like to know what's coming up. Like I know that spontaneity is a good thing, but at the same time, I would rather know what's coming and adjust to the spontaneity, if that makes sense. Because I know that sometimes plans don't go according to plan. So, excuse me, that's where my spontaneity comes in. If something doesn't work out as planned, then I adapt to what's happening and switch gears. And then that's as spontaneity as I get. Spontaneous. Vanessa, breakfast finished. To Molly, I'm happy to make you a bowl if you want. What did you have, though? Ren says to Molly, I know it's so good, right? I think Kelly and Alicia will ditch the schedule too. I don't know, man. It depends. We'll see. We'll see what happens on Wednesday. Molly, oh, Annette, you should read some this morning. I just made another cup of coffee. I worked on channel content. I had to create a thumbnail for the Nevermore sprints, which are tomorrow since Edgar Allan Poe's birthday is tomorrow. Ooh. Amanda, in relation to the comment of blood draw, I have to lay down if it's 4 or more. Otherwise, I'll get super lightheaded. Same. I'm fine, and a lot of times they can do it quickly. My biggest thing is they never can find the vein. They have a hard time finding my veins, and I keep suggesting that they could totally use the huge one that's in my foot, but then they tell me they have to get special permission for it, and they're just gonna have to. And I said, listen, if you can't find it in my arm, please find someone who can, because I do not want to be a pincushion. And I bruise easily. And a lot of times people just walk out and come back with somebody else. I don't mean to scare them, but I want them to know that I am not going to tolerate being stabbed over and over, and you're not going to move from one arm to the next and back again because you can't find the vein. Okay? So that's why I always give them the disclaimer. I'm like, please, if you cannot find it, that's okay. Just find someone who can, because I don't want to be stabbed more than I have to be. So generally they walk away. Because otherwise, if you miss or if you stab and you go through, then it burns. It hurts, and then I get an even bigger bruise. So, and I've had that happen at least twice. So we don't, we give the disclaimer and then they either walk away or they say, okay. And I tell them they get 2 tries. Even if they have to move from one arm to the next, they get 2 tries. If they cannot find it, they do not go back and forth. They go find someone. Because I'm not going to sit there all day while they play stabby with my arm. No, thank you. Molly says, thank you for the Nevermore reminder. Ren says, if Kelly and Alicia can wait after that reveal, they sure are better than me. Well, if you know around what page the reveal happens, you can tell me that. Just don't tell me what it is. The worst part is that the huge bruise, that always happens. Yep. I don't like them either. What do you think of your book? Molly says to Anne. Ren says, I've passed out after getting blood drawn, but it was because I didn't eat enough before going, but hasn't happened since. Usually mine, like I said, I always have to fast for mine. So I have to do it and then eat something quickly. So I always have provisions with me. I wish I could do blood work without fasting, but a lot of times they want me to fast. Lucinda's here. Oh, hi. Just got in from work. Hopefully you had a good day at work. Let us know what you're going to be doing. Lexi, I haven't had blood drawn for a while. I don't hate it for the typical reasons, though. Fair. Lucinda said, my to-do list right now is feed the cats and myself. That is a good thing. Good idea. Molly, hi to Lucinda. Lexi says the blood just stops coming out of my arm. Like they get one tube filled and then the blood just stops. And then they have to do the other arm and the same thing happens. Weird. I've never had that happen. Huh. Anna says, Lexi, I need to talk to you. Send messages away. Vanessa, kitchen and train. Yep. So there's not one after that, right? It's just the kitchen and the train, and then you're kind of all caught up. There's no other extras, extra expansions. I couldn't think of the word. My brain just. Whoop. Molly, no kitchen and train. Okay, yeah. Lexi, so then they have to use a pediatric needle in my hand. And I do not recommend that because it burns like my hand is on fire. Oh, the like little butterfly needles? That's what they use on me all the time. And it still hurts. But yeah, no. I always tell them small veins, you need a small needle. It usually always comes out. I don't look though. But usually once I feel like the little prick, as them going in, then I know that it's almost over. And as long as I don't look, they can usually do my right arm. And I usually request my right arm if possible because I'm left-handed. And I do a lot with my left hand. Lexi says, Anna, message me on Discord. Vanessa says, there's also the winter update, but I don't know if that's paid or free. Oh, yeah. I do want that one, too. Sam is waving. Hello, hello. How are you and the family and Bean? You're not getting any snow, are you? I heard that the upper part of Florida might get some snow. Anna says, hey, Sam. Vanessa, AFK? What is this AFK? I'm drawing a blank. Me going through all of the acronyms in my head right now, and I cannot think of AFK. Away from keyboard. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten that one. Anna says hello to Lucinda, Molly, Ren, Lexi, Kat, Annette, and anyone I missed. Hello, Anna from Annette. Ren says hello. Lucinda's saying hi to Anna, Molly, and Sam. Sam is saying hi, friends. Jesse Kiwi, blocking is when you soak your knit/crochet to relax the fibers. Then you can pin or stretch the project in place so it dries flat and stays that way. Oh. Thank you for explaining. I would have no idea. And it's 6:30 in the morning. Oh, you would not catch me up at that time. The only time I ever get up at 6:30 is when I'm basically getting up, getting dressed, and walking out the door to go to the theme park. And I want to leave by 7 so I can get there by 8 before or as the park is opening. That is the only time you will see me get up. Or if I have to go on a road trip, then I might be getting up at like 4 a.m. But I'm also going to bed really early the prior day. It's the only way you can get me out of bed early. Anna says, hi, Jesse. Let me write to you in a few minutes. I have news. What are you doing awake at this time? She was like, okay. I thought the live show for the TBR truck started half an hour ago, but it doesn't. Swank says, Isis. She is still here. She's sleeping in the chair. There we go. And she's purring. I don't know if you can hear her. She's a loud purr. But she's happy. She's a happy girl. She knows that she's nice and warm and she has company. I think when she feels like she's by herself, she just starts meowing profusely. Where's everyone? I'm all alone. Chantel is here. Good afternoon, Alicia, popping in from work to say hello and to squeeze the like button. Well, thank you, and I hope work is going well. Swank says live action. Live action? Oh, is that the show you were talking about? Oh, because I asked if it was cartoon or otherwise. Ren, the biggest of big reveals is pretty deep into the book. Okay, so this one is probably a smaller one then. Jesse Kiwi, but that gives me an excuse to finish this really interesting arc that is giving me Groundhog Day / Stepford Wives / The Mystery Spot episode of Supernatural. If you know, you know. The Mystery Spot. Why does that sound familiar? Hold, please. I have to Google this. The Mystery Spot of... Oh, no. If you would have said season 3, episode 11, I would have known what you were talking about. The episode is supposed to take place in Broward County. I know where Broward County is. That's here in Florida. Oh, I wonder if they were actually down here filming for it. Oh. I need to go back and watch that show. It's been a while. I have to start from the beginning and see how much I remember before I don't remember, because I got to a certain point, but I never actually finished the series. And I know it's, 15, 16 seasons? So that's going to take a while. But I don't mind watching it. Molly says, I don't remember the show, Swank. Neither do I. It must have been before my time. Swank says, ciao, Anna. Ren, so I don't think it's in the next section. It's around or after part 6 of the book. Oh, so it's like towards the end. Okay. Well, I'll get there. Molly, yeah, it's pretty far into the book. Okay. Anna, ciao, Swank. Molly says, my mouth literally dropped open. Oh. Ren, say Molly. In fact, I'm still scraping my jaw up off the floor. Really? It's that big? Big of a reveal? Hmm. Dun dun dun. Ren, I'm not sure if you've said it already, but what books were on your January TBR, Alicia? Um, my January TBR consisted of mostly the bootcamp readathon stuff. I did have one from December that I needed to carry over, which I have not read yet, and that was Heroes Kill Everyone from the Kevin Petway Shoreleaf Book Club series. My Next Breath by Jeremy Renner, which I did read, and oh my god, if you read My Next Breath from Jeremy Renner, you're gonna need tissues. I did not think that I was gonna be fine. I knew what it was going to be about going in, and I needed tissues. Like I think I went through like 8 tissues at different parts of the book, and it's only like 204 pages. So just know that going in if you read My Next Breath. It's very good though. City of Ashes, which is book 2 in the Mortal Instruments. That's what I'm reading now. Throne of Glass by Sarah J. Maas. Medusa, that was Kida's pick for Bootcamp Readathon. Storm the Castle by Jolie Vines. I was going to start Raven Scholar, which I have. So we should be up to 400 by the end of the month if we stick to Wednesday readings. And then Rose of the Deadlands, which is the Shoreleaf Book Club for this month. I cannot reach my copy because it's over there. I need to, because I need it to film my Christmas book haul, which is going to be probably about 30 or so books. That should be going up. There's going to be a lot of videos going up this week. So sorry, not sorry, but I will be bombarding you with videos. But yeah, those were the books that I have slated to read. If you're talking about how I mapped them out, it looks like this. So that's how I plan to read over the next 2 weeks. So we are here, and then you can see how I have everything planned out. So, yeah, we're gonna see if we get it done. Jessie Kiwi, I also started reading sentences several times. That's how I know it's time to put the book down. If I start doing it from the beginning of the book without interruptions, then it's usually a DNF. Oh, I wonder if I do that, I'll have to pay attention and see. If I do that, then I could probably DNF things faster because I usually DNF around the 50-page mark if I can't get sucked in. But that makes sense. If you can't get through it without interruptions, it's usually a DNF. I'll have to pay attention more closely. Molly, you know how people have housewarming parties? I'm having a house cleaning party. You're all invited. I have to do the same. I've been slowly finding, because I want to declutter this year. So I've been finding ways to do that, but in small increments. So, like today, I want to declutter underneath the bathroom sink, and I need to straighten out my nightstand. So, those are my 2 decluttering pieces for today. That's all I'm going to do. Nothing more, nothing less. But I figure if I find small things to do like that, then I will slowly get through. Because I've already gone through my clothes, and there are some pieces that I will donate because I either only wore them a couple of times and I won't wear them again, or they don't fit anymore. Sorry, I had a piece of. You know how like when you get like the little skin, and I try not to pick it off, but it was kind of like bothering me, so I dealt with it. You'll have to let me know if my lip bleeds right here. I don't think it will, but it feels like it might. We'll see. But yeah, we should have house cleaning parties. Maybe we could do something like that, like on a live stream. Just body double and then say, okay, this is the room that we're focusing on. It's been all agreed upon. We work on this room. I think that would be really cool. Ren says, I'm the same, Alicia. Finding the vein is the absolute worst. Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, you can... Hold on. Let me take it out of the sleeve. You look at my arm, you can't see anything. There's not a goddamn thing that you can see. I know there's veins there. And they usually do have to smack my arm a couple times, and I have to make a fist, and I have to do all of the things. I told them I should get like a little tattoo of like a little target wherever the last time is that I got my my blood drawn. And then if I have that little tattoo, they know exactly where to go, because then it'll be it'll be right there. I'll do it on both arms, and then they'll know exactly where they need to go. But there are technology now where they can put a screen up to your arm, and then it tells you where the vein is, and then they just have to, it shows when they stick your arm if it's in the vein or not. Why not everybody has that? I think it would be beneficial, because then you're not sitting there treating people like pincushions. But yeah, I hate when they have to try to... I don't like it. Jesse says, blood draws are a 50-50 chance that they actually hit a nerve in my arm. See, and I don't like that. It's... Ugh. Everybody needs that little screen thing that tells you this is where the vein is. I know it's expensive to do it that way, but still. It would probably have more accurate and quicker blood draws. Ren says, I tend to be able to fill the bags fairly easy, but finding that vein is always horrible. I have never been able to donate blood, because when I was younger, they said I couldn't do it because I was too lightweight. Because I graduated high school, I was 98 pounds soaking wet. So I didn't start gaining weight until I had my kids. And now I'm trying to figure out how to lose it again. I don't need to lose much, just a little bit. I'll be happy. Vanessa, I'm an easy draw generally, as long as I don't pass out. Yeah, I can never look. If I look, I pass out. Molly says, I call it going to the vampire. I always get in my left arm, but I have frozen shoulder in that arm now, so I had her do right arm the other day. See, I always have them do my right arm if they can, because I'm left-handed. I do everything with my left. So, but frozen shoulder? I couldn't imagine having to do blood draws and then, because that's probably where your shoulder freezes and you can't easily move it. Yes, maybe. Let me know. Molly says, I guess because I never get it on that side, the blood came gushing out like a geyser. Turned my stomach a bit. Ooh. Don't want to look. Anne says, Molly, the book is very interesting. A different perspective on immigration. Ooh. Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alicia. I have to hop off because my Folklore February announcement video is premiering at noon. So probably now. And I have to get ready for MG sprints. Bye, friends. Bye, Kat. Thanks for hanging out. Let me real quick find that so you guys can hop over and support her. YouTube is changing things, I see. Because there's like buttons on the sides. It's not a whole thing. Alright, so Kat's premiere is here. If I can remember how to spell premiere. Go check that out in the next sprint. I think we're almost down to the bottom of the comments. And then we can go watch. Sam says, we got some flakes, but nothing stuck this time around. Oh man, but baby's first snow. How fun is that? Molly, there's also a supporter pack with Galaxy skins and Wintered Spirit cosmetics pack with 36. Ooh, I think I saw that one. I'll have to look. Vanessa AFK away from. Yeah, I googled it. I was like, this is the second time you've said that, and I don't know what it means. I googled it real fix, but yeah, thank you. Away from keyboard. Vanessa, me using away from keyboard tells you how long I've been on the internet. I remember when we still had dial-up. That weird, god-awful AOL sign-in. Makes it cringe every time I hear it. Molly plus the free fall update. What? I'll have to look into those. Molly, right, Vanessa? Chantel, work is slow. Well, did you take a book with you? Hopefully you took a book and you can, like, read while you wait. Vanessa, I used to live in Broward County. Ooh, really? I used to live in Brevard County. So we probably weren't too far from each other, depending on when you were there. I was in Brevard County. I want to say 2007 to 2010. Because in 2010, then we moved over here to Tampa. I've lived in like 4 or 5 different cities in Florida, so I got to keep track of which one was which. Vanessa, Supernatural is now streaming on Peacock. I know it's also on Netflix. And that's probably where I'll watch it because I don't have Peacock. Chantel says, I wanted to read The Raven Scholar, but can't get my hands on a copy. Does your library have it, or can you get the ebook version? You should totally read it. It's really good so far. Double and Jen is here. Good morning. Let us know what you're reading or up to. We're getting ready to go to our next second sprint. Vanessa to Chantel. Yeah, I've got a hold on it in my library, and it's a 13 weeks wait, down from 4. Oh, Jesus. Mine does not say. Mine does not say how long our holds are. It just tells me that I'm like 13 in line or something. Sam says they used an ultrasound to find Stoic's veins for his IVs. Oh my goodness. Wow, and he's so tiny. I can see that. Has a little, it's like a little screen and it's like red. Was it that? Or they have to like pull out an actual ultrasound. If you hear vacuuming, it's because my husband is working on the hallway bathroom toilet. The kids clogged it, and so he got it unclogged. However, he thinks he cracked the wax ring that goes underneath the toilet. So he's sucking out any and all water so that he can remove the toilet to fix the ring. Make sure that's not the issue. So, because our children decided to go to the bathroom one after the other, and they both clogged. These kids. Vanessa says, I can't give blood either because I've been anemic most of the last couple decades. Oh, wow. Yeah, I've heard that, like, if you have that, they don't really want to take your blood because you need it. And then there's also another reason. Like, obviously, if you're sick, you can't donate blood, I don't think. And if you're under a certain weight, at least that's what I was told. If you're under a certain weight, then they can't take your blood. Or they won't. I don't know. It's been a while since that happened. This was me putting in Kat's premiere for her Folklore February. Right? Yes, Folklore February. Vanessa, away from keyboard, is from the dial-up time you used AFK instead of be right back. Vanessa says, I was in Florida 2000 to 2007. Oh, okay. So let's see. I moved down to Florida after I got married, and that was 2005. And I've been here ever since. So, but when I moved down, we were in the Panhandle. We lived in two different cities. We were in Mariester and Fort Walton Beach. And I volunteered at a wildlife refuge in Destin. And then we stayed in an apartment from 2006 to 2007. And then in 2007, we moved to Brevard County. And then in 2010, we moved to Tampa, where I've lived in two cities. See, I've been all over. Vanessa says, so I was there before you. Yep, you were. You were indeed. Vanessa, fun fact, if you've got Walmart Plus, you can get 3 months of either Peacock or Paramount Plus for free. I do not. I don't really go to Walmart unless I absolutely have to. Double N Jen says, school stuff first, then writing. Very nice. IVs for a teeny tiny baby? I know. Vanessa, I don't shop at Walmart, but my mom has Walmart Plus and she doesn't stream, so I use her Peacock. Very nice. Double N Jen, that is so scary. It is. Sam says it was an actual ultrasound machine. They used it for those and his PICC line to avoid sticking him many times. Well, I'm glad that they were able to use those to find his veins so that they could do that. Because I imagine being poked as a baby is not a happy time. Hopefully he didn't cry too much. I think of that. Like, I couldn't imagine, like, having, because I know one of my nieces was in the NICU, and thankfully none of my kids had to go to the NICU, but I can't imagine, like, having to watch them do that. Like, I cried when my kids got their vaccinations. I know that it was a good thing, but at the same time, like, you're sticking a needle into my baby's arm, and now I have to deal with the crying. And I wanted to cry for them. Double N Jen, dial-up? Weren't those the days, right? And you couldn't be on the internet and the phone at the same time, because if someone picked up the phone, then it kicked you off the internet. That's what I remember. I try to explain that to my kids, and they're like flabbergasted. Like, I tell them about how we had to basically use commercials because you couldn't fast forward through them. You had to use the commercials. That was your, I'm going to the bathroom, I'm getting a snack, or I'm getting a drink. In those 30 seconds to a minute, you had to get your stuff if you wanted to not miss your shows. And they're just like, but mom, couldn't you just pause it? No, there was no pausing. It's not like now. You guys are spoiled. Vanessa, I freaking hated Florida. You couldn't pay me enough to live there again. Yeah, it has its ups and downs. You know, I tolerate it because one, I don't know where else I would live if I was not in Florida, and two, theme parks. I live here because of the theme parks. Well, that and we have this house. And I don't want to move unless I absolutely have to. Double N Jen, I canceled both of those recently, Vanessa. I got student discounts, but there wasn't anything we watched. Oh. Vanessa to Double N Jen, I like them both. I use a friend's Paramount Plus. Paramount has all my NCIS stuff. I feel like that also might be on Netflix. I'll look. Because I want to rewatch some of that too. I liked Abby. Double and Jen, we just needed to cut down to the ones that we used. Yep. I'd get that because sometimes I'll pause Netflix. You still have a subscription, but you're taking a break. You're pausing it for a month or two, and then you can reactivate it. Double and Jen, I really don't even watch a TV a lot. I only get to watch TV at nighttime, so that's where I watch mine, unless I'm reading or doing other things. Vanessa, I only pay for BritBox and Prime. Everything else I trade. Fair enough. Kiana is here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Let us know what you're reading or working on. You're just in time. We're almost to the bottom of the comments where we can get a sprint. We have in a little one. Hold on. This is my son. He was coming to tell me that don't go out in the hallway. There's construction going on, and Daddy's taking the toilet off the mount, off the floor, because he can fix the ring that's underneath. Hopefully, it's an easy fix and a quick one. But Kiana is here. Good morning. Good morning. Double and Jen, I depend on student discounts for as much as possible. I did too when I was in college. If I could get a student discount, show my ID, I was there. Vanessa, the Double and Jen, I totally would too if I could. Yep. My daughter and I are both students, so we'll have it for a while. Nice. Netflix is free from T-Mobile. I have Verizon. I've heard about that though. That the phone carriers are trying to like give you discounts or free services for the streaming stuff. Vanessa, I like the new CSI Origins. It's a good show. Oh, I haven't heard of that one. I'll have to check it out. Chantel says, just checked my library. No luck on the Raven Scholar. Oh, they don't have it? Can you request that they get it? That might be an option too. Double and Jen, I can't start shows that have too many seasons. It takes too long. My attention span is short. Fair enough. Vanessa, also, if you've got a library card, check to see if you have access to Canopy, which is a free streaming service for libraries. Ooh, I do have a library card. I will look and see if this is a thing. Kiana, I'm still working on with No More Tears. Oh, that's the Johnson & Johnson. How are you liking it so far? I thought about reading that one myself, but that will be a later time. Vanessa, it doesn't always have a lot of current series, but it has tons of movies. Nice. Kiana, I don't watch TV anymore, but everyone else here does. Fair. I have Tubi, Plex, Freevee, and others I can't remember for free. I think Pluto is also another one. Pluto TV. And I think there's one more. I don't remember the other one. I know that I've heard of Tubi, Plex, Freevee, and Pluto TV. There's one more. I don't remember what it is. Kiana, it will make you mad. What will make me mad? It takes a lot to get me mad. You'd have to be like quite poke the bear persistently. I have a very high patience tolerance and pain tolerance. Kiana, the company is diabolical. Which company? I'm so lost right now. Vanessa, I think most companies are diabolical. I agree. Vanessa, I hate unrestricted capitalism. Fubo has some free shows, says Molly. Ooh. All right, That is the last comment. Anybody have anything to add to the to-do list? Let me pull this up so you can actually see it. Oh, Johnson and Johnson? Oh, Johnson and Johnson company is diabolical and it'll make me mad. Oh, maybe I shouldn't read that. But then again, the more you know. Jesse Kiwi's getting another coffee. I still have mine. Cheers. I do need to get my water in the next sprint though. All right, so do I need to put another coffee on the to-do list, Jesse Kiwi? I could. More coffee. We're going to go for another 45 minutes. Before we start, let's see what our spirit is. Aww. How cute. A bloom scale. The Spirit Dex says, these plant-loving reptiles soak up water and nutrients through their tails, similar to the roots of a plant. You'll often find them basking in the sun with their tails dipped in a fresh bowl of water. It's their idea of pure bliss. Bloom scales often gather together to cultivate plants, creating their own tiny communal gardens. The plant growing atop each bloom scale's head is said to reflect their unique personality, from serene sakura blossoms to slight prickly cacti. And gentle and curious, bloom scales make the perfect companion for nature lovers and Asperina gardeners alike. Ooh, how cute is he? So you can see in my Spirit Dex, I only have 2 more before I have all of these. I do, however, have to go through and get all of their different colorings. So if you go to Wardrobe and Spirit Companion, so you can see my little guy there is blue. But if we go to colors, there's this one and this one. So each one has their own colorings. I like this. I could probably just get all of them. Ooh, look at him. He's a darker color. That's cute. And then, see, most of them were 250, but then this one's 500. That's cute. Okay. All of them. I'm going to leave him on that one for now. Go back. And we're almost leveling, so what should we do while we're in the next sprint? Vanessa says, okay, I'm gonna actually get started on weekly. Me too. Chantel says, I need coffee. And Vanessa, but first, bathroom and tea. Fair enough. All right, I'm gonna star that one. I'm gonna go ahead and start the sprint, and I will see everyone in 45 minutes. I'm gonna change her to reading, I think. Happy sprinting! All right. How did everyone do? That was quite the busy sprint for me. I filmed my Christmas book haul. I don't know how many books are in that book haul. I'll have to count them and let you know after the next sprint. But it was quite a lot. So much so that I think the one clip that I filmed was like 15 minutes, and it had to split it into two different clips. So we'll see how that goes in editing. So I filmed the video. So let me cross or check that off the list. We did level up, so we'll do that in a second. And then I think we can look for a new spirit, I think. We'll see. So filmed a video. I got my, so we have Cherry this time. I went and checked on the noise out there. My husband has taken the toilet off of where it sits, so we're getting that done. And what else? I did find my tripod, so that's why I was able to film. It was, in fact, over in the corner there. We still have Isis. She is hanging out in the chair, purring away. She's happy. And it seems to have calmed down outside, so no more wind. We shouldn't have to worry about the flickering. Okay? Yay. All right, so that's what I got up to. I'm going to take a sip of my water real quick. And let's see where we left off. And we can get to the next sprint. Ooh, a couple of people have come in, it looks like. Our last comment we had was Vanessa saying, but first, the bathroom empty. Yeah. Make sure you're hydrating, and make sure that if you need to go to the bathroom, do your little bathroom run, get snacks, stretch. I know some stretching, moving around. I will have to, and now I'm hot. That was a very long blip. I saw that. It kept doing stuff. It shouldn't be. That it is not telling. A little confused as to why it's doing that. Telling me. Telling the Wi-Fi is slow. So my Okay. We'll see what like that it's doing that. But all right, left off my comment. Why is it doing that? I'm gonna work through it. I don't know. It shouldn't be telling me or whatever it is on this. I don't know. My charged. Like my laptop is. Everything seems to be fine. We'll keep an eye on it. This is me saying, Kitty. Asia and chat. Vanessa is you today. By Gray Huffington. Chantel says faithful, to which Faithful says Chantel. Love it. In there, slow going today. To also load the comments, I click on it. That's right, because you're I do not like full lucky duck. VR truck is going to start soon, so I'm going to next had as burst zero. I will keep you up in the background. No. Well, thank you. I have 152 subscribers, so need less than 50 subscribers to 500. Everything counts, so I appreciate it. Out what I had done in the Maker's Quest bingo boards. Oh, I didn't know there were bingo boards. I'll have to see. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know there was bingo boards. These are in the Discord, yes? Maybe. I'm close to a bingo line, lol. Expect a few posts from me in the coming days in the Discord. I'll check. That's what it sounds like. Swank, thanks for DI. I don't know. Faithful says, whoop, just sprints. See you next week. I'll see you next week. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Jen to a collector's store. My husband. Ooh. Hopefully you found. I want to say this. No. I don't have my book with me. Oh wait, yes. I know I do, but let me see if I was right the first time. Because I have in my Bella. I was right. See, I have it in the book. I try to write down everyone's channel names or usernames with their, because I will forget. History, studying anatomy, read. Very nice. Let us know what you're reading when we get to it. Kiana. And we're blipping. The next comment. Vanessa says, still working. Can I? Nope, I can't. Okay. Jen. Made it. It has not gone to the next comment. Lexi. It's just in time as it returns in. It would catch up. Bella says, what are you reading? Vanessa says, free wind over there is affecting. It was windy earlier. It was. I'm wondering if maybe set. Actually, now that you mention it, I have an app for that. Let me see what it's doing. Maybe I can redo it remotely. I need to find where the app is. Not there. This one? And nope. Nope. Come on. There we go. Eero. If I can. I thought that was just my phone. Are trying to figure out why it is. All right, so my desktop, yes. All of the blink things. Apparently there's a lot of things happening here. I don't think my Switch is turned on, yet it's saying that there's two different Nintendos. Like, I have my, but I don't know which one's which. There's Lorelai's tablet. That's my laptop. What is Global Scale Technologies? Let's see. Let's Google it. And that I know of in my house, trying to use the internet. That's my garage door? I didn't think garage. You have an app for it. Okay, well, listen, get connect. I can figure out what it is. I'm not against it.
Somebody told sandwiches. Also, playing and
Okay, can you go out? I'll be out in a minute.
Okay.
Thank you. The door. Asking a whole bunch of questions. He was like, go back to it, and then I deal with it. But sometimes they forget that in the chatty bits, I can't exactly just get up and walk away. I don't like. It keeps blipping on me. I'm sorry. Blipping. We're gonna figure it out. Vanessa says if you turn off your camera, it'll probably at least let the audio through without wobbling, hopefully. Let's try it for the next couple of comments. Let me know how it works out. No sound. Hopefully. This is dang, I know that's gotta be frustrating. I like Sam's idea. Hit it with a hammer. Although I can't do that because then okay, let's see if that helped it any at all because we're turning it back on. But see, then the comments. Okay, it's not as wobbly. Yeah, that should fix it because your husband fixing the toilet is messy. The power on from the Wi-Fi to the shop and for doing things at this time. No, I'm kidding. I'm glad that he's doing it. Sam's reading spreadsheet made coffee to me. Oh, I remember those days. Now they're not so little. One's almost as tall as I am. Kiana said, hey to Faithful. Kelly is here. Happy time zone, my friends. I'm balancing bank accounts to get those all-important tax forms out to authors. Nice, nice. Very productive. Not my favorite part of running a business, but it is a satisfying to get done. Yes, I love that. Vanessa says, hey to Kelly. Kelly says, hey to Vanessa. And Vanessa says, I get like 6 words, then it freezes for. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps jumping. I don't know what else to try to have it stop doing that. Any suggestions would be appreciated. I'm going to put us into the change the banner. What happens? It's like I said, I click on a second to pop. It was pretty froze while you were reading my comment. I don't know. That's so weird. I've never had this happen. Maybe it's a StreamYard thing. Maybe something's going on with StreamYard. Vanessa, I suspect it's just an internet thing for you, and we'll just have to wait it out. It's So normally it has like the little whether or not the Wi-Fi is it's not telling me. And I'll try to figure it out. So let me pull up to see it. You can't have the timer. Okay, so that I'm gonna only do 30 minutes. Let me change that. And we'll see what happens. Oh, we have to do we leveled. So spirit. Ooh, we do. So real quick, let's see what we need to do. This one says, during my after dinner stretches, I've felt the presence of a curious. So after so I need activity. We'll do some stretches. Oh, we got the sound, so that lurking. And let's try 4. We can't really do that many sounds. Maybe we'll do the purring kitty again. Or we can do sounds of the dishwasher because... Let me know if that's too loud. This is our final spread. 30 minutes. So I will see you back in 30. All right, welcome back from our sprint. How did everyone do? And it looks like we got our spirit. So let's see what we got. Aww. How exciting. It's the Katsudan. This one is so cute. Let's see what it says. This spirit's likeness is plastered across billboards and advertisements. One of the first spirits discovered, Katsudan's popularity can be seen on everything from toys to t-shirts and has been adopted as the mascot for an instant ramen brand. They are quite shy, choosing to hide beneath a ramen favorite treat. Our only clue to their true appearance lies in the noodle-like appendages peeking out from beneath their bowls. Some katsudon have thick udon-like strands, while others have thin, wavy ones. How cute are they? Let's go look at their colors real quick. I got to find it. There's an orange one. Oh, he's cute. It's like an earthy tone one. I should probably get all the 250. I try to get all the 250 ones first and then move up to the 500s. There's one that is it's 1,000. And I was like, my goodness, what is this one? Oh, the little ghosty one. Cute. We now have all of his colorings. I still have to go through. I think that was the last one, right? I think that's all of the spirits. I now have them all, at least for this set. But I still have like his colors. I was usually doing, was it this one? This one. Miss You, because we had a cat named Simon who had this coloring, sort of. And his name was Simon, but we called him Misusu or Misu, or so we would, always, we'd have different names for him. This is the $1,000 one. My goodness, he's gorgeous though. Over time, I will go back and get all of them. All right, so that sprint, I started cleaning up my mess here on the floor, but then my husband helped, had to ask questions. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing that. So it's just me. So my husband had to ask questions on what to do because we discovered, or he discovered, I should say, that not only was the toilet leaking and the wax seal needed to be changed out, the little plastic like flange piece that goes down into the pipe to connect the toilet has a crack in it. And that's why there was water on the floor. So besides the wax seal needing to be replaced, the flange part, the plastic piece that sits underneath the toilet into the pipe, is cracked. So we're guessing that's where the water is coming from. What we decided to do, and this is a temporary fix, because we know that it's going to be a lot more to get to what we need it to do. We put some epoxy, a waterproof epoxy that we could normally use for like the pool, because we fixed a couple of cracks in the pool. We did that. We put some epoxy on the crack. We're hoping that at minimum can be like a temporary fix until we can go back to the store and get a new flange and take that out, replace it, get it all squared away, and then put everything back together. So at least this way, hopefully that epoxy will help with it'll stop the water leakage, but the kids can also use their bathroom until we can do a more permanent fix. So I think that's what we're going to do, but he needed my opinion because it's going to take a lot more time if he has to take out the flange to put a new one in, and he might have to cut it because apparently the flange part has 4 holes in the circle. So you have a circle, then there's 4 holes in that circle. I guess 1 on each side of the circle in a sense, and you have to like screw it in. Whoever put this particular flange in did not screw it in. They just kind of like fit it in and attached it however they attached it. So I don't think it's screwed in, but if it was screwed in, I don't think it would have cracked. So it's hard to say what people prior to you did. And we've only changed out the wax seal once before on this bathroom that we're doing now. So I don't know if it was just a case of we changed out the wax seal and that was that, or if we've never changed out the wax seal and I'm thinking of one of the other bathrooms that we changed out the wax seal for, which is quite possible. Because we did have to tear up the concrete underneath the tile in our master bath because there were roots growing underneath the toilet. So we had to fix all that, and we had a plumber come out for that because we couldn't figure it out. We had one plumber come out, and he was not very knowledgeable. The second one came out and said, well, where is your septic tank? Because we're on well water with septic. And so he said, well, where's your septic tank? And we found it. It was right where I told him it would be in the front yard because we've had that pumped several times. And he said, well, there's a pipe that usually runs from, your house and all the bathrooms into the septic. Where is that pipe? We found it. We had to remove a bush, and it turns out that bush was the roots were going down into the pipe seeking water, and then it was going up through the piping. And that's why the wax seal for the master bathroom was covered in roots. We're very utilitarian. If we need to rip out bushes so it doesn't go in the pipes, then by all means, we will do it. So, homeownership is what it is. But yeah, so I made my to-do list of things to do after sprints here. I helped him with that and found the epoxy, and I think that's it. Oh, I found some more of my bookish buttons because I had 2 of them in the bedroom. So I have to now find my little cloth thing so I can start attaching them and figure out where I'm going to hang it here in the library, because I would like to hang it and display it. I want to use the things that I have, you know what I mean? So that's what I got up to. Hopefully this does not have any issues this go around. Let's see where we were in the comments. I think this was our last comment. Vanessa said, I suspect it's just an internet thing for you and we'll have to wait it out. And I went to my desktop and I even checked the router. Everything seemed to be okay. I checked the app. It said it was fine. There's too many devices, in my opinion, on it. So, and I it's not like it says, Lorelai's tablet or Lorelai's TV or desktop or whatever. So I have to go through and see what's what. And then if there's anything that I am unfamiliar with, then I could say, nope, I don't know what this is. Make it stop using the Wi-Fi. So that could be a thing, but we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't have any issues this time, right? Vanessa says, if it's the actual internet, your Wi-Fi signal might be strong and fine, but if the slowdown is farther upstream, like at one of your provider's neighborhood junction, You may not be able to tell that. Fair point. You need nighttime as your time? Oh, was that for the spirit thing? We found our spirit, so that's good. I did evening, I think. Let me see. Yeah, I did evening. I didn't do nighttime. But then again, I was like, well, is this what I need? But it said after dinner, so... But it worked. We got our spirit. Yay! Now I have to go see about the expansions. Good thing I still have Christmas money. Kim says, I've lurking in the background, but I just found out that Spirit City was finally released for Mac quite a few months ago now, so I'm going to download and see how it all works. Listen, if you're still here, Kim, it is very customizable. So take your time, because you can not only customize your character and like the way she looks and clothing. It's kind of like playing The Sims in a sense, right? You get to customize everything, but you can also customize what your walls and your floor and your decoration look like. Some things you can upgrade over time, because as you get the little tickets, then you can purchase more things with the tickets and then upgrade and change your room how you want it. And then same thing with the spirits. As you collect the spirits, then you can buy different colors and different things for them. It's very fun. So far, mostly I have been using the to-do list and the timer. There is also a journal entry option. I have not tried that out yet. But it's so far, from what I've seen between Paula and Chantel and anybody else who uses it, they seem to have a lot of fun with it. I like finding the little spirits. So I say give it a try. I think you'll like it. You can also set it up where if it's just a timer, or you can set it up so that it's got like the timer, a short break, a long break, and then how many times you want to repeat it, and it'll just go on its own, sessions type thing. This was me. I went out to my desktop, and that's when I was checking the router and things. It said that the internet seemed fine, so I don't know. I'll figure it out. That was me saying hi to Kim. For your sprinting pleasure after we are finished up here with our sprints, check out these sprinting friends. We have Anna is doing hers. Kat is helping Lori with the Mardi Gras readathon. So please go check that out. I will be in the comments for both Anna and Kat. Tallulah is doing her crafting sprints. So if you are a crafter, you can go and check that out as well. There's the link for that. Steph over at Coffee Over Apples is also sprinting. Vanessa says planning done for the week. Woohoo! Kelly says I did a little dishes and made mac and cheese for lunch. Ooh, I want mac and cheese. I might try that. Also, they really need to stop making spirits that I want to eat. Like the udon ones. Yep. Again, I have left the sounds on. Let me turn the purring kitten off. There's quite a bit with the... I'm going to turn the to-do list off and the clock. But yeah, there's quite a bit. Wait until you get to the kitchen expansion. That one has a lot too. Some of them are like the little spirits are sitting in a pot of vegetables, and it's cute. Vanessa says video and sound are back to being perfect. Yeah, see, I don't know what that was about. Everything seems fine. I'm not having any issues here. I didn't really have to do anything. Like, I literally just checked the Wi-Fi to see where it was at, make sure the router was all plugged in and everything. So I don't know. Maybe they were having an issue on their end for StreamYard, but if it's fine, I'm not complaining. Sam says, still working on my spreadsheets. Sam, also, let me say this before I forget again. I'm trying to curate a box for you and Bean. There are some board books that I'm going to send you guys. I'm still kind of going through everything, but as time goes on, I will send you board books. And I also have a calendar that is Velcro. I can show it to you and you can say if you want it or not. But it's basically like a learning calendar for kids. You can, with Velcro, you can change out the year, the month, the day, the season, and the weather. So if it's sunny or rainy, that kind of thing, you can like help him learn the how to read a calendar and things. It won't look directly like a calendar, but you can like change the days and things. Vanessa says, I'm betting it was farther upstream for you. That's what I'm wondering too. Sam wants to see. Okay. So I have it folded up right now, but you basically hang it and then it says today is, and you can see it has all of the different months. And I don't know why they're different colors, but it's cute. I was thinking it was because these were spring, but they're a slightly different shade of blue than the winter months. So January, February, and December are like a blue color. This is more of like a mint green color, these for spring, then summer, and then fall. And then the years, I believe it goes up to 2031, maybe, but there's also blank ones in there. So you might be able to put like a little label with the year. And then it has all the days of the week. And then see, you can see I have like 2025 on there. So you can take it off. It's Velcro. And you can just stick it in the slot. And then it has all of the numbers here. I'm trying to, and then seasons, and then weather. So my kids loved it, but then they got to the point where they were like, we don't need this. And they kept saying, they forgot to keep changing it. And I was like, well, it doesn't look like you guys want it. So, and I took it down and they haven't said anything about it. So, but Lorelai now has her own calendar in her room. So I figured what better way, I can send it to you guys and you guys can use it for Stoic. That sounds so cute, right? I thought it was adorable when I first got it. That's really cute. We would love that. All right, I'll add it to the box. I will send you a message with some of the books that I pulled already, and you can say which ones you want, or if you want all of them, I'll send all of them. So be on the lookout for that. I'll try to send the pictures today. But yeah, I'm trying to get things done. And so I was like, let me tell Sam before I forget, because you know me, I'll forget. Okie dokies. But that is all I have for you guys. My character on Spirit City is still sprinting or stretching. I'm going to go ahead and close that out. The one thing I do like too is on Steam, it tells you how long you have played, and it will update. So it says like today was the last day I played. So far I have played 31.2 hours of this game. And apparently I have done 28 out of 34 achievements. I don't know what that means. You can pet a spirit for the first time? What? I didn't know that you could do that. Complete your first Pomodoro focus timer. Oh, I think that's the one that has the sessions. This one says reach level 30 and reach level 40. I don't know what level I'm at. I have to go back in. I'll go back in a little bit and see where I'm at, because I could probably confirm those. What is your Steam name? I think I went with Books with Alicia. So it should look something like this. I put it in the chat. Because I didn't want to do the whole full like books and things, so I just said books with, and then my name. I have to go and find everybody who's also on there, so maybe I'll add that to my to-do list for the week. Vanessa says the achievements are just little milestones that Steam, and you can get some in-Steam bonuses like profile pictures, etc. Oh, that's cool. Well, so far I've completed 28 out of 34, I think it said. I have to go in and see what, I tried to look you up and it didn't pull you up. Really? Will it only do it if I'm signed in? Because I just signed out. Let me sign back in. If I can remember how to sign in. Because you sign in with your username or your account name. If it has to go by email, I believe I used the Reading with Alicia at Gmail. So there's that, and then let me see. Of course, now it's got to send me the code every time. Yes, I know. Okay. I'm logged back in. Do I have to be logged into the game or no? Let me know. The Steam Detective Fest. I don't know what that is. Dreamlight Valley is also apparently a game. There's now a Dust Bunny plush. What? How would I go and find friends? Community. Find people. Okay, here we go. Sam, what is your Steam name? Kelly says you don't have to be logged in at all. There are just a lot of names and sometimes it's hard to find each other. You can try to look me up, Yarn Reader there too. Okay, so let me see. I found it, did you? I added you as a friend. Or it says that my invite was sent. Okay. So yeah, if anybody wants to add me, that was what it was. This is my Books with Alicia. It might be all lowercase, so try both capital and lowercase. When I sign in, I think it's just the B is capitalized. So I don't know if that makes a difference, but this is what it would be. I will figure it all out. Let's see. Woo! You're reading with Alicia on there. Interesting. That's the friend code. Here's my friend code. Friend me. There's Kelly's friend code. Do you just type that into the... Oh, I see. I see now. Hold on. Let me see if I can move this just enough. I sent Kelly one. Here is my, what is it, friend code. I just discovered that. I had no idea. That is mine. I friended you, Kelly. Did my number not go through? I do not see it. Woot. I sent my friend code. All right. Let's see. Pending invites. I sent one. Trolley. Who is that? Somebody just requested me. All right. I have 2 friends. Troy. Who is that? But there you go. You can add me on. Kelly sent me a request. I got that one. And then I have one that looks like this. Okay, yes, Vanessa. I got Vanessa's. So I have Vanessa and Kelly. And I added Sam. So Sam has to go in, I think. I've got Sam. Yay! I learned something new. I didn't know you could like add people as your friends on here. I didn't even know about the friend code. See, I'm still learning. I'm still learning. But I only have this on my laptop. That way I can use it for sprints because that's what I wanted it for. So, yay. Now I have it. Exciting. Okay, you're not seeing my friend code because you probably have top chat on. I don't know. Let me see. I don't have whatever is on StreamYard. Let me go back up. See, I see this one. It says that's my friend code, but I don't see the numbers. I see this one. That was Kelly's. Let me go up further and make sure I didn't miss it. Yeah, I don't see that one. So then let me go to YouTube and make sure. I'm not sure how I feel about the way that YouTube has changed their site here. Through YouTube, I have the live chat on. Going through the chat. Yeah, I see the comment where you said that's my friend. That's the friend code. But for your comments, I never saw the numbers. Then I saw Kelly saying, here's my friend code, friend me. And then she sent numbers. So I don't know that yours went through, Vanessa. And I'm on live chat, so I don't know. And then I posted my friend code, which I found. I don't know. It didn't go through. Let's see. And then we were actually down here, I think. Because you said this one. Kelly said she sent a request, which I got. Okay, you're not seeing my friend who's you're on. No, I was on live chat. So then let's see. I just shifted from live chat to top chat, and neither time I put my number in showed. Interesting. YouTube has live chat and top chat. Yep. I suspect StreamYard isn't pulling the live chat. Interesting. Kelly, YouTube does, but StreamYard looks at all the chats. Kelly, restream too. I wonder if YouTube moderated me. Now there's this one. It says that's my code pointing up, but there's no numbers. You see what I'm saying? So I have this one. That's the comment before this one. So I don't think it went through for whatever reason. And that's the third time you've sent it. I'm so sorry. But we have been connected. So we are all set. Now when I go to look at YouTube's live chat, it does the same thing. It does not. But you see what I'm saying? Like Kelly was able to put hers in. Kelly put hers in and it was fine. But for whatever reason, I don't know. Maybe YouTube just doesn't like all of the numbers. Like if you did yours and then Kelly did hers and then somebody else tried to put in theirs, maybe they're going, nah, that's too many numbers. That is so weird. I agree. I won't put my number through. Can you see that number? Nope, there's no numbers. Is anybody in the chat able to see that you have to like approve it? These weird things are a bit freaky. It makes me nervous about what's happening under the surface, right? Or did you put a period at the end? A period makes them think it's some sort of code. Oh. Yeah, but wouldn't I be able to see it on like the backside of, like I would still be able to see it, right? Or no? She says the fourth time I put it through, I put spaces between the numbers. That is so weird. I imagine if you put dashes in between the numbers, that probably wouldn't work either. Because then it would think it was like a phone number or something. Weird. But that still begs the question. Like, I mean, this is how I did mine. I did the friend code and then I just copy pasted it. Or it was copied from this theme. But then Kelly was able to put hers in just like this. So why did Vanessa's not go through? I spelled the numerals out above. Can you see it? No. Let me see if I can. I'll share my screen and you can see. This is what I see. So you see this is the chat. Like this is the most recent one here. And as I go up, see here's the third time I put it through. I put the numbers through like Kelly did. It did not show up. There's the fourth time you said you put it through the spaces in between the numbers, and that did not work. And so I mean, it's very weird to see myself twice. But you can see that even as I go back, like, I don't like it. See, there's me putting my friend code in. Kelly's is just above mine, not too far. But yours did not go through. I'm gonna have to close this though because it's creating infinite windows. Okay. Infinite windows. I was starting to see more than one. For some reason. Oh my god, this is insane. It does not like that number for some reason. Yeah, like I can see 69, 42, 666. Well, it didn't censor any of those numbers. Yeah, I'm seeing all of those. She is a mod. Do I have to make Vanessa a mod? Alright. Try it now, because I made her a mod. Yeah, Kelly said she's a mod, yeah. Maybe I could put numbers. Maybe. Yes, I wonder if it let you guys post the numbers because you're mods. Could check mod settings. I did add you as a mod, so check it. See if it works now. Too late. I already did it. See if she can post numbers. Yeah, see, as soon as I made you a mod, now you can post the number. I saw the numbers. Yep. So for whatever reason, if you're not a mod, then it doesn't like the numbers. But now because you're a mod, I can see the numbers. Huh. Yep, that's so weird. Well, now you know. Crazy YouTube, indeed. Apparently, mundanes can't post numbers. Oh, mundanes. Vanessa, YouTube censoring numbers. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm glad that we got that all figured out. And on that note, what a goofy thing for YouTube to mod. Maybe it's to keep people from sharing their phone numbers, etc. in the chat because people are stupid. I mean, it could just be a safety issue. Yeah, I could see that. Molly says, I'm glad I'm no mundane. Kelly, not that I would ever put Vanessa under the mundane category. No, I would never. You're right. We are not mundanes here. All right. Well, I'm glad that we got that figured out. I'm glad that you guys were able to come and hang out with me. Hopefully you were able to get reading and productivity done. I got quite a few things done, even though I did not get to read. So whoever's chat I end up in, I will be reading. Because I would like to finish City of Ashes, at least get halfway before the next week starts. So we'll see what happens. Because I also have to read Rose of the Deadlands for next week for Shore Leaf Book Club. Honestly, I'm pretty okay with being mundane. Same. Thanks for sprints, Alicia. You're so welcome. I'm glad you guys could come and hang out with me today. I'm glad that we were able to figure out the numbers fiasco as well. Very productive we have been. But I will see you all tomorrow on Monday on Kelly's Morning Time Pirates sprints. I will see you guys then if you're there. If not, then you guys will see me again on Wednesday for the 100 Pages Book Club and the next installment of Raven Scholar. And I hope that you guys have a good rest of your weekend and a good week ahead. Molly says, good to see everyone. And we will see you all next time. Until then, bye.